Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We're going to be doing another one of our landscapes, but it's kind of a spacey scape too because, well, it's the first of our Seri Republic images here. So we're going to try and do a scene that's close to this. Again, they inhabit the Valley of the Giants, right? So that is going to be kind of the scene we're doing here. You got the sky bridges, the sky cities, all that kind of good stuff. And again, this is the Seri Republic. We were doing these ships here. If you remember, we did a whole bunch of these smaller ships last stream, like these guys right here. We call them the bird brains. We'll go through their civilization here and there and here. But a lot of the colors we used on this, right, is what we're going to use on this bad boy right here. So maybe we're going to do a quick little bit of drawing here. Horizon line. Ironically enough, yes, right, and that's going to be up here, right, because we divide this up into our 9 sections. Usually here, 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 or here, that's where we want our center of interest to be. Well, guess what? We're going to choose this as an anchor point. I'm not going to do a whole bunch of stuff here. It's literally just jotting down a few notes, and that's about it, because we're going to get to we want to be doing all of our sky stuff. Lots of glazy stuff's going to happen for sure. Again, just noting some of these areas here. Then the sky bridge. It's kind of an important thing for the perspective, and that should probably go right about there, right about there. And then this all is gonna also come from that. We got this here, and then another little do thingy over here. So again, not really going to go too crazy into all of the details. And that's a very extensive drawing, right, Michael? Great to see you there, Armored Wolf. That is. I don't know. Is it me, or is that actually more than like some of the other starter boxes? Unless I'm just. I mean, it's been a while. So it's been a while. So my memory is, well. I have no idea. That could be like how they all are these days. All right, so let's start doing some of our. Nah, not with you. Here we are. Let's start doing some of this here. We're gonna start out with. Oh, we haven't really done this. Indian yellow and maybe some of this here. Let's see what this is gonna do. And of course, oils are the original watercolors, right, Michael? Let's get this underway. Look at that. That telling you that Windsor, or sorry, that Williamsburg Indian yellow. Man, that is sprightly stuff. Now we're getting into the Pierrot Orange. Pierrot Orange. Yeah, fine. Whatevs. We'll kind of bounce maybe back and forth between the two. Our orange gonna continue out this way. Yes, very, very watery, very glazy. Look at this. Very glazy. That's what oils do, right, Michael? Let's see. I just remember with the one I had the 3 Def Copters in it. So is that like an orc buggy or something like that I saw in there, Armored Wolf? I think it was. I'm trying to think the last time I saw grots in any kind of orc set of any kind. Okay. Now ups here's maybe this here. It's crazy, Michael, because I mean I'll have my white or something like that, right? The Alkid white, and I'll put the tiniest amount in there, and all of a sudden, blammo! I mean, it just gets absolutely stomped. It gets stomped on right away. All right. Hmm. No, 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 no. A little more to red there. we got to start doing a little bit of... actually, I forgot to put out... Maybe this... Oh, yeah. Let's do the Perline Red. I thought I had that out there already, and looking around, it's like, whoops, that ain't out there. Not like I need a ton of it. That's probably more than I'm going to need. Get in there. Now, maybe we go this route here. Okay. Let me see what we have here. I might go even heavier here. Violet and this. Let me see what's happening with this here. Now we're definitely going to need a bunch of this down here. Okay, yeah. You know what the heck, we'll just let's throw it all the way over there. I don't care. Fine. I'll let a little bit of it work its way up there. Now, more OD violet here. Right in there. That's just gonna start to just laying out where we want our city type things to be here. That's supposed to... Maybe that gets to be a little bit lower then. Okay, you're lower. A little higher. A little higher. And this one over here. And then we got our stuffs in the corner there. We got our sky bridgey there. Not going to do too much on this yet. Because, well, we got all the sky stuff that we want to do here. Yeah, well, maybe a little hint of an orange. And then that's got to get down in here too. Nice and messy. It's the way we like it, whether it's a landscape, a spacescape, a figure, a ship. It doesn't matter. We like it messy. All messy all the time. I'm going to just go and grab me another one of these guys, because we have a whole bunch, and that's the point of having a bunch of these just sitting around. That's a little bit crispy right there. Let's break that. Oh, that's probably got some of the... Well, there's acrylics for you, Michael. Yeah, oils doesn't do this to the brush. That is acrylics right there. Nasty acrylics. Look at that. Nasty, tricksy, false acrylics. You know what? Might get a little bit of ultramarine in there. That is still too crispy, but I tell you, the acrylics pretty much toasted that brush. That is no longer fit for use, and that was just like one session with the acrylics with it. That's all it took to just completely chunk it. Let's try this again. Some of the ultramarine. This. And kind of scrub in some of that. And this is kind of a shadow area here, obviously cast by this. You know, and then we'll just throw this over here. This little part of the scene over here, that it might not be working on that right away, just because That's gonna, we don't want that getting just wiped away with my finger, which is pretty much what could happen. A little bit of violet in there. Now some silhouetted clouds here. Maybe a little bit more towards the red. And now we might even start to do a little more determination on this. Just how high are we going to want that to be? That's got to go down further. A little more structure there. Bit more of our bit more of our sky bridge there. Goes to the corner here. And again, the scene that we're working on here, something along the lines of this right here. I think this is going to be very, very fun because, well, there's pretty much a limitless supply of these. I mean, there's many, many, many of these that I'll be able to do. You know what? I might just here. Let me just indicate this at least over here in the corner. Yeah, not gonna do much more than this right now because my hand's gonna be stuck in there. The balustrade there. Okay, good enough. And that goes along with this guy. Then we have our roof line up here. Just want to indicate that. Let me try to get as much of this stuff as I can out of here. I guess for some reason, Armored Wolf, of course, I spaced on the whole notion that, oh yeah, it's got to all be painted too. I was just thinking it was like, like Caleb and assembling all the figs, right, for demos and stuff. Somehow my brain just defaulted to that, of course, that was stupid, but it did. And it just defaulted to, oh yeah, okay, those have to be those are for painting demos. They're for painting, but you got to do that. Let me get some of this in here. That should be, yep, I'm going to get that, start to change this over more towards the blue here. Fine. We're going to do a little something there. Michael, if you wants to share anything in the chat there, please go ahead. So Armored Wolf, that new video, I was super chuffed about how that worked. Again, just when you think about that first Denethor video, which was February. No, it wasn't February. Or was it February this year? No, I think it was. I think, yeah, a lot of them were like January and stuff. Crazy to think that. I wonder. I'm gonna go with something a bit smaller here now. Maybe even this one. Now I gotta start working on our sun over here. I might just go straight in with little Indian yellow in that too. Maybe a little more. Oh, and I think it should go right about to there. Ups and over. Look at this. Look at this. See, we're taking Mr. Cloudy Face and we're just going to smush him around. Yeah, Mr. Cloudy Face going to get smushed up there. Now, maybe this. Let me see what happens with this. I actually add a little bit of the yellow from the... Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we are. What about down? Maybe not too much. Let me try this here. Let's get some of this white, and again, the tiniest amount of Indian yellow, right, Artemite? I mean, even that little tiny bit. Oh my goodness. I mean, that was as small of an amount as I could possibly add, and still, man, where are we at with this? Okay, here we are. Hey there, Valfera. So great to see you there, Valfera. Hopefully it didn't get too wild with all the weather stuff down there. I know that there was some parts of Tennessee where it was getting a little spicy there. Sun comes down and around that way. So okay, just trying to establish what's going on here. Have to do as much of the sky as we can before we start fooling around with this. That's what we're doing here. We're trying to establish as much as we can down here. Actually, Veilfield, well, I did a very, very brief session today of kind of restaking the original tomato of Frederick, yeah. So Veilfield, Frederick got some more some more restaking there. So Frederick's he survived all of the craziness. Yeah, Frederick survived the tornado. But he is Frederick the Great, right? Right, Valfair. That's why he's Frederick the Great, because he survived a tornado. You know what? Let me use this more beat up one here. All right, fine. I'm gonna get me some more of my periwinkle, which is not periwinkle, but it's going out there anyways. Okay, we're gonna grab you. Not too much thinner. And now it is time to start doing some clouds and some more of our blue up here. Everybody check out the link there that Michael just posted. Yeah, Velfer. Actually, the other thing I'm gonna try and do after the stream is try to just transfer the individual plants into their own pots because I do think they'll grow faster. And I believe next week is when I'll target, maybe like end of next week or something like that, is when I might target actually getting those in the ground. No, 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 no. Yeah, the red not gonna work. We gotta go violet, I think. I believe that is the way to go. Where's my... Ah, there it is. And let me get some more cloudy clouds here. Then perhaps even more towards the violet. As it starts doing this, maybe even a bit more towards the red. Almost like a bit of a pinkish color here. I want that to kind of swing down this way. Well, now it's almost time to actually start working on our cityscape there. It's getting to be about that time. Because we need to start determining what is going on with this thing here. So it's gonna be time to get a little bit more firm with some details here. Which I'm gonna switch over to this here brush. Yeah, I'm gonna mix the red. Oh yeah, there's a nice one there. That's a decent little red. Nice to see you there, Doji. Nice to see you. Doji, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, happy Friday there, Doji. Actually, gee whiz, we're like 1 minute away from Friday, Velfera. That is definitely not how it works, Velfera. Definitely not how it works. Well, we've been showing you the different planetary sheets, right? So no bird nests. There's no bird nests. They're not birds. More of our spires here. The original watercolors, right, Doji? The original watercolor. So again, this is what we are working on here. The Seri Republic down in the lower left-hand corner. And again, here's some of the ships that we've been working on. Here's 3 actual painted ships. Yes, those are just pictures of the painted ships. And then here again are your bird brains. You can get a little look-see at their architecture there. Just a quick little look at the government, their ethos, and the art. And again, those figures there, I'm making figures of those figures. So, yes, there are figures being made. There are figures being made of those. Ooh, you know, that can actually continue a little further over that way. And then one more, yeah, another little tower dealy over here. Doji, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead. So Velfair, one of the things I was able to do was get these things. I just was able to kind of file them down, and then I just sprayed them real quick for the video there. And these are the ones we'll be painting up on Monday, Valfera. Again, those are not the official ones. Those are just some basically some sizing test ships. And of course, we know, Artemichael, that Well, the state bird of several states is actually a mosquito. Yes, well, at least it seems that way, right, Arta Michael? Because there's probably mosquitoes that are probably the size of eagles there, or something like that, I would imagine. Yeah, I would imagine there's some skeeters over down there, right, Valfira? I would imagine there's just a couple of skeeters there. All right, we need ourselves another tower here. Now, here's hoping that works out. Here's hoping that works out, Doji. Okay, there we are. And that's actually going to extend more this way. Yeah, Erda Michael, I was thinking that yeah, you probably got like grade A predator skeeters out there. Yeah, some people say, oh, they're trying to fly drones out here, and you're like, no, those are just the mosquitoes. Nice to see you there, Conrads. Happy Friday there, Conrads. Well, it's a happy Friday here now. It is a happy Friday here now. Yeah, I'm not really surprised. Not really surprised there, Erdomiko, that if you told me that, I'm like, yeah, I could see that. Yep. Would not question that in any way, shape, or form. This needs to be made a bit hefty, or again, that's why I didn't do too much here. I'm setting my finger on this. Like, yeah, we better do all of our stuff on here first before. So Conrad's here's hoping that you got yourself a fun weekend planned. Actually, Toshi, I could send you. I'll send you pictures of some of the garden stuff there too. Now I tried to send as many folks as I could the that first video again. That kind of sets the tone for our Compass Rose universe. Thanks to Doshi's on a 90 stream streak. What? That's just getting pushed further and further down. Thank you so much there, Doshi. Appreciate that. 90 stream. We have it here. I'm gonna try and keep it a little further away so it doesn't get too noisy. So thanks so much, Doshi, for being here. Appreciate that. Again, trying to make sure it doesn't get too noisy. Oh, and I have the new Wapelius Spellbrush, Cyber Wapelius Spellbrush figure. That's all prepped and ready to go for the Friday stream, by the way. Yeah, it is prepped and it is ready to rock and roll. Nice to see you there, Pikmin. Everybody, please give Pikmin Horror a follow. So, Pikmin, you know the deal. Why don't you please go ahead and post some stuff in the chat there. Appreciate you being here like always. And again, everybody please give Pikmin Horror a follow. And also check out the Instagram. Check out the Instagram link that Pikmin Horror just shared. And then, of course, again, do the follow thing. Do the follow thing. Oh, you know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get me some more violet. We're going to use some more violet there. So, Pikmin, hopefully all the stuff is going well. I know you got things that you're working towards. And again, everybody please check out the Instagram link, the Pikmin just posted, and then do the follow thing accordingly. No problem, no problem there, Pigman. Just hoping that everything is going well. I mean, as well as it can, right? Because there's always mischief, right, right, Erda Michael. There's always some kind of craziness, just kind of lurking. No, I don't. Yeah, we don't want these to look like trees here. And again, this is our Seri Republic, and wow, I think we got 18 painted ships now, Valfira. Yeah, with what we did last week or on Monday. Yeah, we got 18 ships for these guys now. It's pretty wild, Valfira, and now to have that video and stuff. Again, this is all stuff that I started working on, and again, that book that I was telling you about, that's 1996. That is how far back that publication goes. All right, again, now we're trying to work on our sky bridge here. And of course, now, Valfira, I can actually make one of my, what would you say, my army showcase videos because I've got enough of the ships now. So I'm going to start, filming clips of the various ships and everything. See you later, there, Doji. Have yourself a fabulous bakery run when that happens. Yeah, appreciate you being here. By the way, we're 32 minutes in. Yes, we are 32 minutes in here. That is it. More of our smaller towers here. Yeah, let's thicken it up a little bit. And then that's going to go to another one of our towers here. Maybe a little bit more of our ombre. Let's get some more ombre in this here. Bit more ombre. No, okay, it was a little too much ombre. We'll get some violet in there. All right, that's better. And again, the ethos of the Seri Republic concerns the three thoughts: low thought, middle thought, and high thought. And again, most everybody falls in middle thought. Who would have thought that you fall in the middle there? Obviously, low thought is more instinct, right? The struggle to survive. The most difficult place to be is high thought. The winds are strongest, right? The higher the perch. Now, of course, speaking of perches, there's your government council right there. The 12 perches, and again, they kind of take on different portions of the, economics, industry, and then here again, there's some of their art forms. Their sky theaters are really, really, really immense and really nifty. Looking forward to doing some paintings of the sky theaters. I think that's going to be super fun when we can get to those. I was speaking of theaters. I was working on more images of the Jolarin theaters. They have the biggest theaters in really all of known space. The massive, massive theaters. Hundreds of thousands of people attend the massive Jolarin theaters, and they're the Unity theaters. Again, every planet builds one of those. If I'm gonna put one of those here, it's gotta be more. Yep, let's do that. Let's do that. So back towards the violet here, maybe even a little bit of that. You are gonna go Well, let's do this one first. Because we know we need this one here. We extend that out now a little bit more. Extend you up. Come on. There we go. Now we need a second one here. Best if this goes off the edge. Yeah, this is some literally Valfera. This is this particular landscape space, whatever you want to call it. This is something that I have been wanting to do for many, many, many years. Again, all of the concepts have been there. There was just no way to bring it to life. Well, until now, and then all of a sudden, that changed. And then there was a way to actually make it happen. So you can see here as we start to work our way down this way, right? It's the perspective begins to change. It's just like our clouds, right? They get smushed towards the horizon. Well, here you go. Oh, and look where our center of interest, just like where our Cyberthuria was, or Cyber Camelot, it's in this quadrant, right? You draw your 9 segments there. You want your center of interest to be in one of those 4 anchor points. We chose this as our anchor point up here. So all roads lead to said anchor point. I'm going to get me even more of this. There we go. More of that blue in there. Now back to a little bit more to violet. Fill in a little more of that. Spire. Come on, there we go. There's your spire. Another level here. Build this out. Build it out a little bit. So we're very early in the process yet there, Valfera. And again, stars are stars. There's only so many kind of atmospheric colors you're going to have because they're stars. And of course, atmospheres are going to do what atmospheres do. If you're going to have your normal things, well, even oxygen, nitrogen, whatever, starlight passes through that. It's a prism effect. There are definitely other types of stars there, Valfera, that are going to obviously cast a different light, like come on, there we go. Like that, obviously going to be a little bit of a different light. It's almost going to be like very, 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 very intense moonlight. It wouldn't be blue, it would be white. So you wouldn't have a sky that is bluer. You know, I'm going to give me a little bit more to brown. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah. It's like this is still a little bit closer than some of the other ones. And again, what we are working towards is this right here. So you can see all that stuff in the left-hand side. That is going to be like basically some of the last stuff that we do. Because guess where my hand's going to be sitting? It's going to be sitting right there. It's going to be right on top of that. So yeah, let's wait on that. Let's wait for a spell while we start fooling around with that. You can see now we're starting to break this up into levels and construction there. Alright, a little bit more on my violet when we're working on, again, one of our sky bridges here. These babies come down. Nope, nope, nope. Gotta stick with the violet. Stick with the violet. One more is gonna go over here. So again, that is your human society. This is the Seri Republic. So two entirely different planets, two entirely different parts of space. Remember, the Seri Republic inhabits the Valley of the Giants. So what you saw there is New Terra. This is obviously not New Terra. Because again, all that light, when it gets filtered through an atmosphere, very, very different. Doesn't matter what the star is. Let's do this. Now we're getting there. There's a second little level down here. And we've been working some of our wonderful stuff too. So therefore, I think I sent you things like I think I might have sent you the old Earth stuff, and I think I sent you the stuff for like the Wodan. I'll send you some of the Jolarin stuff. I believe I already maybe sent some of it, but I'll send you some more of the Jolarin stuff so you can get a little better idea of what they're all about. I'm just glad that the link worked for you there, Valfira. Yeah, I was trying to get that to as many folks as I could. I wonder, trying to figure out what that might look like on a large screen. The biggest thing I've seen it on so far was a computer monitor. That's it. That is the largest construction I've seen that on so far. Now this is a whole bunch more red in it, and we're going to start to build out this portion here. We need a small-ish tower there. And then one more. I'm going to go even more towards the... that's actually your Naphthol / Fanchon red over there. I don't want to go too heavy on some of these spires, though. Don't want to do that. More of that red here. Might even let a little bit of the orange work its way into that. Let's see what happens with this. One spire over here. Probably will have more of the cloud connecting to that as well. Then we got our stuff down here. another spire. Actually, I like it, the idea of it coming right down here. Yep, gonna do that. You need to actually come down there a little bit more. More of that red here. Okay, more dark here. A little more of our construction gonna show through here too. A little more depth on you. And not too heavy. Maybe kind of wait a little bit more of that also. See, now we got more of a sunset starting to evolve. And it's actually going to be even lighter over here, but we gotta wait on that. So not be hasty. Don't be hasty. Alright, more of our construction going this way. Bring this down, strengthen this a little more. And I get some of this might be changed as we move along. Yeah, let me grab a little bit more of this. I don't want to get too much of our reddish brown on these closer ones. I'm kind of trying to save that for some of the ones further back. But this is also kind of intersecting with our sunset here, so let's maybe also get a little bit of darker stuff on this too. So you can see how this is kind of, it's got a little bit of the angle to it here. It's not as straight across as that one. Alright, periwinkle. Gotta do some stuff over here. Make this guy have a little bit of shape too. And a little different shaped spire perhaps. And I was hoping that we could actually have the light and maybe even reflect it on the side of this spire and cut through the clouds there. So again, a little bit of a change from the reference, but hey, that's kind of how we roll. The reference is just a reference, that's all. Bring that up even further. So yeah, so I'm trying to bring these clouds a little bit further down. Let's get the under portion of our construction here. Now we need more of this. And our various spires and towers. We want to do this first, right? While all of this stuff has a chance to set. Then we're going to get back into the clouds there. then we go back into these with some of our, as we would call them, ambient lights, regular light, whatever you want to call that. These got to come down now too. Another spire. Like you do. And coming down this way as well. Now, instead of doing a bunch of other ones in here, we're going to leave that almost more as sky, I think. Keep that a little bit simpler. Start to, again, do a little bit of connection with this platform over here. Soften that edge just a little bit maybe. Again, we'll have clouds going over the top of this. Now we got, no, I'm liking the idea of the little bit of that brown, a little bit of the umber there. So they're going to vary in size. Some of them are city-sized, some of them are maybe very large city-sized, and some of them are going to be much smaller. It will depend on whatever the individual function of that is. Just like any cities here, some of them are little tiny ones, some of them are pretty darn colossal in size. There's going to be common elements on each one because, well, they have to, each one has to be able to survive. So there will be some kind of power production on each one. Some ships land. Some ships dock on the spines. Some ships dock on the spires. That is the one advantage of high altitude sky cities. Again, I don't think you saw the sheet on the philosophy of height. I'm pretty sure I might have sent you that. All this series stuff. I'll resend you that. Again, now unfortunately, Facebook has it, and I don't know if Instagram does it. I don't know if Instagram smushes and reduces the resolution the way Facebook does. So nobody has any magic tech. There's no replicators, there's no transporters, there's none of that kind of stuff. Basically figure essentially Babylon 5 level technology there, Valfira, at most. Yes, you got to grow food. There's no magic insta food. Well, even we have stealth today, right, Valfira? Actually, we have stealth subs, stealth ships. So stealth technology is not really something that's terribly futuristic anymore. It's pretty much just technology now. Actually, these days, Valfira, if it doesn't have stealth technology to it, it probably doesn't get. You probably don't get that defense contract, right? If there's no stealth element to it, and that's and this universe is a little bit further in the future from that. Let's go, yeah, a little bit darker here, a little bit darker over there. So yeah, stealth is kind of a, it's kind of like a whole hum these days. It's like, well, what do you mean it doesn't have stealth capability? Again, all kidding aside, I mean, for defense contractors, You're gonna be sitting there going, well, okay, how do we? We want to sell this thing. How do we develop a stealth component to it? Maybe have that come down a little further. Okay. There we go. Belferi, you just look at where they're throwing the trash in the water. That's all. You look for that. You see that. You say, oh, there must be a ship there. If it's got a crew of 5,000, somebody's going to be using the toilets there, right, Moonlight Minis? Sorry to like, wait a minute, you're going to introduce me on that? Everybody please give Moonlight Minis a follow. So Moonlight, if you want to, actually Moonlight, do you have any new, like new mega projects that you're working on? Now, obviously you can't always share things because sometimes they're super secret. Speaking of stealth, right, Moonlight Minis? But everybody please give Moonlight Minis a follow. And of course, Moonlight, why don't you share that, why don't you share that fantabulous site there so that everybody can check it out? Do I want, yeah, we got, but more of a red here. So that can come down this way. There we go. Maybe a little more from that spire there. So Moonlight Minis, why don't you just talk about it here? If you got any kind of links to stuff there, Moonlight Minis, definitely please share those. We'll share the My Mini Factory and of course, well, moonlightminis.com. Definitely share that. Because guess what? Moonlight Minis sculpts the minis, so go get yourself lots of minis from Moonlight Minis. Everybody out there, check that out. Check it out. Okay, so now again, we're trying to work in some of our red here. Now we're going to try to get to some of the clouds that we were talking about. Also try to get to maybe some of our lightest light in the sun area there. That's a lot of work, Moonlight Minis. That is a ton of work right there, for sure. Now again, the latest, was this Saturday when we did this? I think it was. I can't remember anymore. I think we did this on Saturday. Yeah, we did this on Saturday last week. Oh no, we did that on Friday. We did the new Gummy Sauron. That's what we did. Yes, I think we painted this one up on Saturday right here. Finally got to the Gummy Sauron. All right. Is this brushy gonna work here? Let's try this. And now we're going to be going a little bit more on the opaque side too. So less glazy, more opaque. Where's my violet? A little more of that violet there. And that brush is still too crispy. We got to use a different one here. Unfortunately, still not able to do that there, Moonlight Minis, because well, when all the stuff was going on back in 2023, that whole we had to kind of shift things right from that to this kind of format, and it's almost kind of like it's kind of impossible to kind of go back. Actually, Moonlight Minis, well, obviously that's for ReaperCon. Now, I know that they do, right, for ReaperCon, they do the new factions and stuff. I guess where you're going to be also sculpting some of the new faction stuff there. Nice to see you there, Louie. Great to see you again there, Louie. I hope that you're doing fantastical. You know what? I'm gonna try me this here. Where's my... Yes, let's use this. That's got a little more of the violet. There we go. There we are. That is what I was hoping for. Now, Moonlight Minis, if you want to share or send me a picture of that or something like that, because I don't really get to see any Reaper stuff at all anymore. Yes, think about it this: I am years behind on all things Reaper, and by years I mean like 2019 years. It's been a while. It's been a little while. I might even introduce. Yes, I am. I'm going to introduce a little bit of the opaque violet here again. It's very much like, right, our digital Camelot there. Now, Moonlight, you're going to have the booth like usual, right, at ReaperCon? I'm pretty sure you'll have the usual booth there. And of course, wishing you great success on that. Actually, now, Moonlight, were you working on some entries for, speaking of ReaperCon and Sophie's, were you working on some, whatchamacallits, for that? Oh, and the other thing, too, gee, sorry I got all these questions for you there, Moonlight Minis, but I just realized, are you, do you have a, what the heck, what do they call those? Oh, Manufacturer's Award there? Because I know Dark Sword has that, and again, there's probably a whole ton of other ones. I know Patrick, I think, has one right for Counterblast. Or no, that's his game. That's his game, not the actual company. Oh well. So yes, Moonlight Minis does have a manufacturer's award. So it might behoove you to maybe get yourself a Moonlight Mini from moonlightminis.com and do a little painting of that, and then enter that at ReaperCon. So yes, indeed, there is a manufacturer's award to be gained there. So why don't you look into getting some Moonlight Minis? Maybe see if you can't also get in on the trophy business there. Now this is a little bit of pinkishness to it here. Little bit of pinkishness. See this again. Oils are the original watercolors. Look at this here. See how that's kind of scumbling those together. A little bit more of our pinkish red color starts to work its way in here. See our scumbling motion. So Lewis, all oil paints have a different consistency. Paints like, and that's even with Williamsburg. So let me see if I can get this out here for you. So yeah, something like Indian yellow is going to be massively, I mean, just like super, super thick. Very, very, very thick. And then again, this is amongst the same brands here. Then we'll break out something like here, something like the Quinacridone Golden Brown. It's almost totally the opposite there. So every paint is going to have a different consistency to it. So everybody check out that moonlightminis.com image there. And again, that's some ReaperCon goodness. Some ReaperCon goodness featuring Moonlight Minis. See how we're kind of scumbling in some of this rose color, maybe a oh, that might work if we do that. Don't want that to get too dark though. Let me use this. Let me use this here. I'm going to take Pure Orange and some of this. Not going to use Indian Yellow. Not going to use the Indian Yellow. There we go. There we are. We're getting things figured out here. So Moonlight Minis, the commission stuff, because of the way the circumstances were, there was no way to work on commission stuff. I just do my own stuff now, Moonlight Minis. It's all the Patreon videos, the tutorial videos, that sort of thing. That is the primary focus. And also obviously the streaming, right? Twitch channel, all that good stuff. But now, yeah, I just do my own stuff. We're starting to work in some of our cloudy clouds over here. Start to work in these. So yeah, Moonlight Minis, I don't know if you've seen the Cyberthurian stuff, but actually yeah, there's a board game and an RPG associated with the Cyberthuria stuff. Let me start to work in a little bit more of an orange down in here. Yeah, over there too, fine. Yep, now we're talking. And again, this is kind of the latest. This is the very first species in a whole series of starships. Again, this is what we're working on right here. This is just again the one species of, well, it will eventually be dozens. And yes, we also I don't know if people saw it on the Patreon page, but I posted the video of our brand. So this was episode 1 of 2. We're going to be doing all the henna tattoos next, but that was episode 1. So hopefully people saw that on the Patreon page. And of course, tomorrow for the birthday stream, we're going to be painting our brand new Cyber Wapelius and CAD. Did you see the cyber Kathy there, Moonlight Minis? Nice to see you there, Recoil. Recoil, here's hoping that all works out. Obviously, it's going to be a multi-year project, right? Right, Recoil. But I'm kind of hoping that it's that it's really excited just to kind of plan it out and ponder it there, Recoil, for sure. I want this. Can't cross over too much. Can't have that cross in front of their sun there too much. Well, congratulations on that. Actually, Moonlight, well, I'll try to send you some links to stuff. But actually, Moonlight, just check out the Instagram. Yeah, you check out the Instagram. That's going to fill you in real fast. Oh, I don't have my train stickers here. Don't have my train sticker. But again, this is our brand new endeavor here. The Journeys of the Compass Rose universe. Oh, where's my series? Oh, here we go. Yeah. We even have stickers, right, for our Seri Republic. There we go. Currently stuck on Instinct. So yeah, Moonlight Minis. There's an entire, there's a whole universe. Well, actually, multiple universes, because there's again, there's our Great Union of New Terra storyline, but then of course there's also our Cyberthuria stuff, right? And then of course we also have our Celtic Goddess series that we've been working on. Let me go back to, there we go. More trains, more better, right, Recoil? Can never have too many trains. Can never have too many trains. So yeah, this is, oh, it's not Battlestar Galactica. It is a universe that I don't have the original book in here. So yeah, not Battlestar Galactica. It's something that I made. Actually, this came out, well, before the redo of Battlestar Galactica. I actually wrote all this stuff in 1996. That's how far back it goes. Oh, there we go. We're starting to get some of our orange in here now. Maybe a little bit more of it there. Yep, Moonlight Minis, everything is mine. This is again all stuff that I actually had originally worked on years and years ago. Unfortunately, at that time, the technology did not exist to make it happen because, well, there was no 3D printing. So none of that ever happened. But now the technology exists, right, Recoil? The technology now exists. Let me see if I can't go. Here, let me get this. Some of our white in there. Now a little bit of the Indian yellow. Smush this up. It's got some opacity to it. A little lighter. So yep, been working on the board game. I mean, well, let's see. It's going to be hard to reach because we have all of our stuff in the way. But it's a hex tile based game. And we've got the board game figures. We have for the main characters, we have busts, bas reliefs, and regular figures. Where's that bas relief? There's the bas relief version of our Cyber Lady of Shalott right there. But yeah, Recoil, just really glad that able to kind of focus on all new stuff, right? All brand new things. All right, see how that's starting to go up over our blue there? So Moonlight Minis, ironically enough, the original art pieces that I did back in the 90s, Alphonse Mucha definitely was a favorite. I mean, well, even here, let me see if I can find some of the older art pieces. Is that up here or is it further down? Where's some of the old art pieces? Here. That's a long way to scroll. Okay. So yeah, this is this is from that same era here. Wait a minute. Still not. Oh, here we go. There we are. There's some of them there. So yeah, we had a whole bunch of those. I had multiple series of, again, kind of Mucha-esque pre-Raphaelites. That was my favorite there. Hey there, everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes is on a 150 stream streak. There you go. Inganes, why don't you share some links in the chat there? Great to see you there, Camden. Great to see you. Yeah. There we go. So everybody please give Inganes a follow, because guess what? Inganes also paints with the oil. Same thing there, Camda. Same thing. Go ahead and share some stuff in the chat. Again, see how that's starting to go right over all of that blue and violet. Same deal over here. All right, see how it's starting to work over that. Everybody check out the Instagram link that the Camda just shared. Now, I still have that Moonlight Minis. It's just, unfortunately, for whatever reason, now it didn't used to be this way, but people say that the sound is super loud. So I only kind of break it out for special occasions there, Moonlight Minis. Again, I have no idea. It didn't used to be that way, but people say the sound is super loud. I haven't changed anything settings-wise, or it's the same mic. Everything is the same for some reason. The choo-choo is very noisy. Actually, believe it or not, Camda, there's no reflections. Yeah, none of these are reflections. This is actually another bridge down here, and over here this is going to be a balcony. Yeah, there's actually no reflections. I'll give you a little look-see at what we're working on right here. So again, there's a reference there. Actually, Recoil, one of the things I was thinking of doing is having that video available to play here, and it'd almost be not quite like a watch party or something, but kind of like a watch party. So great to see you there, Conrads. Again, glad that you could join. Like usual, now we're gonna get some light things happening on here too. Where's me? Yeah, we'll just use you. Got the pure orange going as well. Have to start again. The light's gonna be hitting this here. Also over there. Perspective here. We're gonna start to put a little bit of light and structure into our structure like you do up here. Some of that on these levels now. Let's spread you out a little. So recoil, I'm just kind of waiting until I have some of the other ones, and then we'll try to have again some scenes with those. How's about we welcome in AD Creations? So AD, how are you doing? Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Now, AD, I know you're kind of fighting the deadline on that one there. I was kind of hoping that you were having some success getting towards the end of that. So yeah, I'm hoping that you have a little bit of success there, getting to that ending point where it's all done, ready to go. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat there, AD, please go ahead and do that. Now we're going to try and get some of our later stuff here. We're talking about that. We had to let all this have a chance to set first, though. Light as this is still not white. And again, this is the first of our landscapes for our Seri Republic. Well, we'll kind of show you a little bit more of these folks here in a sec. Yeah, AD, well, here's hoping nothing too crazy happened weather-wise out there either. I didn't even see if Max was live or not today. But the landscape that we're working on is somewhat similar to, say, this right here. Again, that is the Seri Republic. That is part of our Compass Rose universe. They are down here in the lower left-hand corner. Their part of space is very much dominated by giant stars. Blue giant stars, red giant stars. We've already painted a bunch of ships like these. These are actually 3 painted ships, and those are actually the painted ships themselves. You can see they are in front of one of the giant stars. That is the battleship, the battle cruiser, and the troop transport. And now we meet the bird brains. There they are. That's the Seri Republic. Here's a little, again, a glimpse of their architecture. You can get a chance to see kind of their building philosophy. That is the 12 perches. That's the council there. That is essentially their government system. And now we get a little bit into their ethos. All right, this is a bit of their ethos right here. The 3 thoughts: low thought, middle thought, and high thought. And of course, here's some other art forms. Now again, those characters that you see there, I'm working on miniatures of those. Actually, the lady in the center, the wind dancer right there, working on actually I was hoping to have a 75 mil size figure of that ready to paint for next week. So that's something I'm hoping is ready for next week, is the first of our Seri Republic miniatures. Nice to see you there, Lubo. How you doing? Again, everybody check out the Instagram link there that AD Creation just posted. Again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. How's about we get some later stuff too on some of our cloud edges there. Now what I need to do, let me see if this is going to be okay. Let me take this. Hopefully not going to be too dark. But we're going to separate our star a little bit more from the background. There we go. And again, oils are the original watercolors, so guess what? I can just kind of push this. Look at this. I can just push this stuff around, right, Camda? We'll just push that stuff around. Oh, and when, of course, recoil, like you were saying, right, there's never too much basing stuff. Yeah, there is no such thing as too much basing. More basing materials, more better. Working a little bit more of this orange over here, like so. And again, wishing you the best of luck with that, of course. Getting that all wrapped up and ready to rock and roll for the contest. Everybody, please be like Camda there. Go check out that link that AD Creations posted. Give AD Creations a follow. So we're not even an hour and a half into this yet. We're 1 hour 21 minutes in. Actually, Camden, was it the last stream that we had a Cinco Cinco? Didn't we have a surprise Cinco Cinco there, Camden? I can't remember. I think we did. Or was it... Well, we missed everything else. Yes, we missed everything else there, Camden. And then it's like, oh, wow, look at this. It's Cinco Cinco. That was crazy. Yeah, that was... I think that was this here. That must have been... This was the... Yeah, this was the 6.5 hour. Right here. Yeah. And again, now we're getting into the corrupted characters of our Cybertheria universe. And that's been super fun. Thanks, AD. It's really interesting because, again, it's got, so many of the same elements as the, shall we say, not corrupted version of Nimue here. Right? You see a lot of the same elements, but it just really shows a different side to the character, doesn't it? Now, we're going to light up some parts of our bridge here. Not all of it, just some of it. Now we're going to try to start working in maybe some lighter stuff here in these clouds. Where's my... here it is. A little more of the Indian yellow, I think. A little bit more. Now let's start working in, again, some undulations to our clouds, which, again, a lot of it's going to be like our digital Camelot sunset scene here. You can recognize a lot of the same elements, right, Camda? More of our... Yeah, now let's start getting these later clouds in here. Then these are going to have to set for a while, too, like always. That's going to need more orange on the edge of those, so let's leave that one alone. Let's hit these. Yeah, that would have been a little too much of the yellow that far back. We want more of the orange there. Speaking of orange. There we go. Is nice. These are all scenes that years and years and years ago had planned to paint these out, never got the chance. Better late than never, right, Recoil? sometimes you might have to wait a year or two or 30 or something like that before an opportunity presents itself. Once every couple of decades, right, recoil. Now this does have some more of the lighter orangey stuff. It's going to start going on the edges of these foreground clouds here to lighten these babies up. Again, on the edges here that are facing our sunset. Gonna add a little bit of thinner here. We've got a combo platter of the alkyds and some of the regular oils. Come on, give me some. No, that ain't gonna work. We'll go this away with it here. Let me get some of you. Alright. We'll roll that way. And then we can only do so much with this. Then we gotta let this have a chance to set. We can come back over here, right, and start to add, perhaps. Where's the? There it is. Maybe we start doing something a little bit more like this here. I'm a looky there. Right, we just kind of, we got to be not be a hasty little hobbit, right, Camden? No hasty hobbitses. Can't really have the thinner on there. We got to actually, believe it or not, we actually have to go thicker than that. I'm going to just hold you this away so I can do that. There we go. And again, I had to wait to do that too. Had to be patient. Had to wait that out. Nope. Going to this. Indian yellow. We'll touch that. Now, yet recoil, it's just recognizing that chance when it's there, right? Because it's not always super obvious. Sometimes the obvious ones are actually not the ones, which is that's sort of tricky, right? Recoil. Yeah, that makes it a bit adventurous. Or it's like, is this really? Is this what I think it is, or is it being tricksy and false? I would like. I'm gonna go back to this fine Indian yellow. Some of that. It is also thicker. There we go. That's just what it had to be. It had to be a little bit thicker. Now we're gonna maybe try to. Let's get a little bit more with some of our lighter stuff there. Might even start to block this in a little bit more. Despite the fact that I'll probably be wiping away half of it with my hand until it's that time, but whatever. We are going to find, again, here's some of our brown there. Maybe a little bit more thinner in that. There we go. Okay. Now let us do a little bit of a railing here. Also, we got this up here too. We haven't forgotten this. Maybe a little bit further out. Maybe out to there. So there again, there's that awning that sticks out. Maybe I will take a little bit of this, and we'll have a little bit of a plant there. We'll get some greenery and some highlights on that later. Just trying to work out the shape of this super quick. Like, grab this guy. Railing. swings around this way. Balustrades. Maybe clustered together a little bit more. Again, not even going to bother putting any of the lighter stuff on that because my hand's just going to wipe that away for right now. That's probably also going to get darker there too. But you can see it starts to lend to the perspective that's going on. Starts to heighten that perspective a little bit more. How's about something, I got to get some violet in there. We have to have at least a little touch of that violet here in this. You know what? I'm just going to have to hold you this way for right now. Because we need that line to be straightened out a bit. I'll send you a little set of the series. Again, I think I sent you some of it there, Camda, but I'll send you some more. Armored Wolf just posted a couple of little linkies up there. Again, the Instagram, that's got tons of pictures of all the Cyberthuria stuff. And of course, we just... oh, actually, did you see this video, Camda? This was really nifty to get set up on this. Again, that's another part of our Celtic Goddess series here that we've been working on. That's the Branwen figure. We already painted the Bridget figure and the Morrigan, both the bust and the full figure. A little bit more of our dark in here too. We're kind of missing a bit there. Trying to work in some of, I don't want to say the darkest darks just yet, but something that is definitely a little bit darker. So I guess AD, the Katie is holding down the family location there. I guess doing all kinds of storm cleanup or something while those two are gone. Now we're gonna start working a little more details into this element here. Gotta give me some more of that violet there. And again, the birthday stream, I was kind of hoping that might start around 10-ish. So that's going to be very, very early for a Friday stream. But again, I was hoping that would start somewhere around 10 Central. And, well, I appreciate the birthday wishes because people have already been sending those. So we want to say thanks for that, of course. Now, let me see if I can do this on the other side here. Ah, there we go. That will continue out to there. Is nice. And then we have these here. Another set over there. So again, I'm trying to, well, as much as you can anchor a sky city, that's kind of what we're doing here a little bit, is trying to, again, to give it a bit of an anchor. We're gonna, I guess, thin this down. Yep, Canada, you wouldn't think 3 hours different time zone in the same house, but somehow it happens. It's one of those spatial distortions that happens, I guess. darken you down. Maybe a little more to this spire here. A little more shape to that. Maybe extend that out a touch more. Maybe that should be more, yeah, a bit more of the red-ish tone. Yeah, that's better. Oh, those should attach. Minor detail. So we have a brand new Wapilius, Cyber Wapilius Spellbrush, a brand new Cyber CAD. Those will be painted semi-separate, at least towards the beginning of the stream. They'll both kind of be, at least the start of them, painted separately. It's going to be like our ships, where we throw that little bit of lighter dry brush stuff on the ship, and then we get the ship attached to the base, and then we kind of proceed with the rest. That's how it's going to go down with the Wapilius and CAD on the stream tomorrow. Again, I was hoping that we would have the highlight right on that side of our spire. So we're gonna make their spire a little bit. Gonna have a little bit more happening up here. Maybe actually grab a little bit of our brownish color. Extend that out even more, like you do. We haven't even used our liner brush yet. We'll be getting to that. Again, you can see, who knows, maybe an hour or two, we clean off some of the paint that's going to be piling up on my hand there. So again, that will go out to here, and then this cloud going to cut off our sky bridge there. One more, there we go, a little bit more of an extension to that there. Let me think about here, a little bit more of the violet there. Maybe, yeah, a little bit more of that violet. Now the perspective on this also has to start, right? Because that's kind of overhead. Now this is below here. We're looking down at this, so we have to make sure that this perspective on this portion of this sky tower here is going to follow the same perspective as the rest of this. Otherwise, not going to make a whole bunch of sense. More of our red. Yeah. It's like, it's getting to be a little bit too much towards the brown. And then another one of our fabulous sky bridges develops here. Hey, there's Dulitzer. Great to see ya. And of course, happy Friday. Happy Friday to everybody. Again, here's hoping that everybody's going to add themselves a fabulous Maybe this weekend coming up here. Again, the Friday stream is going to start earlier than it has been. It'll be the special birthday stream. Now we got a whole special figure all ready for that, all set and ready to go. Now let's start doing some of our waterfall type stuff here. Been waiting to do this. Might lend a little opacity. Might even get some of that sky blue in there. Try this here again. Maybe a little more thinner. I don't know. Maybe we gotta go the other way. Ah, nope. There we go. Now we're getting there. So Stuart's here's hoping that well, the rest of your week went very well, of course. Get these, we'll get more of our water cascades going here. And then we gotta let these have a chance to set also, because, well, guess what? We need to let that set so we can get back at it again. Got like we've been rotating around. Work on an area, then say, okay, well, we'll see you in a little bit. We're gonna wait on that and do something else. More, yeah, have that come down further. There we go. Was hoping that that would cut in front of this. And then, of course, even some of these do pick up some of the sunlight. Blazing from over here. So that's going to actually pick up some of the sunlight over there. Another little bit of our water coming down. That has got to be more of our towers. So I'm going to switch away from this color back to our kind of violet here. Maybe some of the brown as well. More of our architecture here. I'm going to maybe go a little bit more with the red. Let me try that. Then that's going to come down. More connection points here. Like you do. And then here I was hoping that we could have the sun, again, doing some lights on the edge of that one. We're going to get that a little taller. Again, kind of create a little more structure on this. Our Sky City back here is going to need a little bit. But again, that's also going to, the edges of that going to be caught by the sun doing a little bit of this here. Now, what were we going to have for that? My orange here, let me do something like this. You know, I'm actually going to get rid of you. And then we're going to do some of this. That, yeah, that helps a bunch right there. I think that was a good plan. Yep, I like that. But we'll get that later too. Not right now, but eventually we'll make that later. So again, now this is starting to give us various levels here. Maybe we'll make you a bit more, a little more red. Yeah, let's do that. Let us do that. And of course, less than 2 hours ago, this was it was a proverbial blank canvas miniature. There was nothing on here. It was absolutely 100% blank. There was nothing on this baby. I am gonna sneak in if possible. I don't know. Let me go heavier on the thinner with this. Let me see what happens with our balustrade over here. I need at least I need to see something with our light on this balustrade here, just to get a hint of what we need elsewhere. You know, how light is this? How dark is that? Light enough? Is it dark enough? Gotta see this first. Come on. More balustrade. There we go. Okay. So again, you can kind of see how this is playing out here. We're going to have some of that light streaming in here too. All right. The light coming this way. Also up here. Break this down into a few more smaller shapes. And almost like our balustrade right down here. So again, this is an awning that's hanging over our balustrade. Gonna work in a little bit more orange here. Kind of a mid-range orange. Now this is gonna have to be. Let me wander back to some of our violet here again. Let me try this. Ooh, that's not too bad. It's not too dark. Not too dark, because I wanted that to go down to the edge of this cloud top right here. I'm actually going to make the base of this a little wider, because again that's going to allow me to do a nice little contrasty edge there on that cloud top. More contrasty, more better. Again, starting to build this out here. More and more construction. That also is below us, so it can't just be flat. Alright, let's get ourselves some spires and towers on this bad boy here. We'll do a similar thing on this side. Maybe, I don't know about this violet. Is this going? Yeah. For now. We'll use it for now. Then I want to have a cloud coming over the top of this here and get separating that. Might need to. Let me see. This cloud either has to go higher, or I cut into that cloud a little bit, or this spire's got to be taller. Maybe we just make that spire taller. That's not really the worst thing. Yeah, that's not too bad. That is not the worst thing. It just couldn't end right there on that cloud. That is a no bueno right there. That's a tangent. We don't want to be doing that. No tangentes. No, no, more red. Yeah, like this. More of our architecture. Moving this way, kind of anchor it to the edge of the board here. I think that's a better plan. I think kind of start to get a real sense now of kind of how the architecture works. Now, of course, to get even more of a sense of how the architecture works, well, there you go. So again, that is kind of what you see again. That's not every sky city is the same. They are all different. They have every civilization has many different worlds. They're not. It's not just like there's this one world and that's it. These are entire civilizations, each with many dozens, if not more, worlds as part of their dominion, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, we every so often we show the star map just so you kind of get an idea again of the different civs. Hey there, real brush guy. Nice to see you there, Landrast. ADL, shoot you a message there so you can see it tomorrow morning. Well, again, everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Again, AD, if you want to share your link one more time there before you got to head out, please go ahead. So, Landrast, here's hoping you had yourself a fabulous day there. Great to see you. And of course, Brush Guy, speaking of sharing stuff, why don't you share some stuff? Yes, Brush Guy, share some stuff in the chat there so people can check that out. No, let me. Not just yet. Not just yet. I was going to try and put in some of the much lighter stuff there. I think we're going to wait. I think we're going to still keep building up. We're going to keep building up some of this here darker stuff. Actually starting to get a little bit of the indigo here. Indigo with the violet. So indigo violet. Thanks, Brush Guy. Appreciate that. Again, that is this goes along with all of the starships that we have been working on here. And again, this is part of our tutorial video series. So again, there is the carrier. We've done, well, I think 18 different ships. Well, 14 different ships. And again, this was one of the fun ones here because, here, let me grab the transport. So there's the transport ship, right? And look at this. That's the Sky Claw. That's one of these. So this little ship right here, this carries 6 of them. So we've been, again, when designing this fleet, we were trying to have maximum cohesion like that. Trying to make that as cohesive as possible. Same thing with all of our other fleets. Actually, again, I was working on the Woden fleet. That's your synthoid species. And their ships very much look like them. They don't look like anybody else's ships. Well, nobody's ships really look like anybody else's. And that was kind of the point because, well, there's a reason, right? It's all different architecture because different technologies, different development, different sensibilities, different purpose. Now this right here, I think what we're going to do is we're going to cut you off. Wow, that had a whole bunch of something on there. Let's get rid of that something. Let me do this here, just clear that. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff on there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Real Brush Guy just posted. And again, everybody please give maybe a little follow there to Real Brush Guy. Yeah, this makes a little more sense, I think. I'm going to go this way with it. That wasn't really the original intention, but hey, plans gotta change sometimes. That's just how it is. Sometimes plans just got to change. What do we have over in here? Okay, we'll keep going with that. Maybe throw a little bit of that darker orange up here. Everybody check out the Instagram link, also the AD creation shared. Do that. Ah, that's fantastic. Thanks, AD. Appreciate that. Oh, that would have been a mistake. Almost grabbed some of our brown there. And that's going to cut in front of the sun there. We got another one that is going to cut in front of that because this is also going to help make our sun look that much lighter. So again, some of our clouds are, they're highlighted, and some of these are silhouetted. Great to see you there, Tifu. Tifu, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, you know the deal. Please go ahead. So great to see you. No. Let me get more of the yellow in there. Really trying. There we go. Trying to make those a little bit on the thinner side. Some more of our orange in these clouds here. Get a little bit of softening there. A little bit of smushy. Just kind of scumbling that. Now I do have this. I still have this sitting over here. Actually, I'm gonna do the same thing. We're gonna clear out this much as we can. I need a little bit of thinner to activate that. I guess. Okay. Well, it might have been a little more thinner than we wanted. That's a little too red. Let me get some of our ultramarine into that. Scumble that in like we do. Now this kind of has to again look like it's maybe got a little bit of a shadow thing going on here. Casting a shadow maybe in this area. Well, Tifu, that's always good. That is definitely always good. Actually, wait, Landress, have you started on the next 20 yet? I know that there was 20 of them, right? I think that's what you said you were going to have to do. Pretty sure you got 20 more of those there. 20 to kind of redo, I guess. Yeah, that's really more as it what is redo instead of do. Can't do it. See, there's a little bit of kind of scumbling action there. Now, I think I might even, just as we're getting to 2 hours in, I'm gonna grab me one of these guys. Let's start doing maybe some of the kind of the highlights on the edges of our structures here. Camda, I guess that we've never actually remembered Cinco Dos, Camda. And I know that we've never done it because I was like, what would that be? Oh yeah, that's right, Cinco Dos. Because I'll forget it for sure. Because, well, I forgot Cinco Dos, Cinco Tres, Cinco Cuatro. I forgot all the Cincos on the last stream there. Camda, I forgot every single Cinco. So again, this is what we're talking about here again. The edge here, right, is going to be picking up some of the light from our sun there. Okay. Now, Landrist, will you just be doing that at the Casa there, or are you actually going to head out to the game Castlia there in Santa Clara? I don't think any of the gang is there tonight, right? Right, Landrast? If any of the gang is there, I want to say hello, of course. Come on, there we go. Okay. And we're doing this here again. By doing this, that starts to show our perspective here. So a little bit of Saturday game castle then. Boom. Yeah. Let's extend this here across. We need to get a couple of verticals happening with this too. It can't all just be horizontal stuff. We need ourselves a few verticals. Also going to try and get a couple little holes in there too. And again, we're only just now 2 hours in on our fabulous space landscape. I'm going to start now. This part of the tower, see it? It's instead of dipping under, you can see it's kind of going over our heads there. It's not parallel anymore. Now it's starting to work, and you can see these, right? These are starting to dip down, right? To start to follow all of our perspective here. And now as we start to do this, you can start to see the individual levels start to build. It's not just like a blank silhouette anymore. Again, trying to work in some vertical elements. Like these. Couple of them in here. Even on that edge of our sky bridge here, that's going to need some too. Some of these guys will get that. And also too, remember we were saying our water is also going to catch some of this light. Now up here we definitely let me move my light all the way over here so that this doesn't wander off camera. Now we're going to try and get the side of this illuminated by our star over there. Using the dark cloud there, see how that starts to pull this in front of said cloud. It's definitely a sky. I was gonna say it it's almost like a skyscraper. Although I guess if something now if a crime happens up in the sky there, Cam, is that called a sky caper? Yeah, so is it a sky caper then if somebody commits a crime in the sky? Let's get some more of our structure. We'll also be putting some lights, like as in regular lights here on our seascapes there too. So Cam, do we need to do what would you say, like a TV guide for the Seri Republic and one of their what would you say, those crime shows or something like that? Is it called High Crimes and Misdemeanors? Oh, it's the most popular detective show on all of Seri Prime is High Crimes and Misdemeanors. Let's get a little bit of this light. There we go. A little bit of the light on that sky bridge there. I have to remember that, Camda, because that's almost sticker worthy. If we're gonna have Buck Polaris, Camda, shouldn't we have high crime and misdemeanors for the Seri Republic? I think it makes sense. What makes sense here is just like we were doing out there. We gotta get a little edge light going on our sky bridge here. There we are. Yeah, well. We got to remember we're getting closer and closer to Cinco Dos, Camda. I guess it's a good thing we're not doing Armada Monday because we'd be like, why are you gonna Cinco Dos? Yes, we don't want to sink our Armada Monday. More structure down here, like that. Again, there's a bit of a shadow happening along this here. How's about we start thinking about lighter edge on our cloudy clouds here? Let's do that. It starts to bring these forward, that's for sure. This one here, that might get scraped off with my hand, but whatever. So yeah, Cam, I'm just realizing here maybe we need to have this just that kind of television there for Seri Republic, high crimes and misdemeanors. I think you could get now that we're starting to our perspectives. It's changing our perspectives, so to speak. I do. Let me change this back here. That way. Okay. I will extend this out a little more though. I think before we get any more of the dark side, let me get some of the lighter stuff over here in this corner. Nice to see you there, Arid. Everybody, please give Arid Wife a follow. So, Arid, why don't you post? Why don't you post some Pinteresty type stuff there? Again, everybody, please give Arid Wife a follow. Now, you'll be doing the usual 7 p.m. Pacific Friday, Saturday, right? Everybody, check out the Pinterest link that Iridican Wave just shared. And everybody, again, please give Iridican Wave a follow. Do that. I'm going to switch you back to more of the orange right here. Yeah, that makes a little more sense now. This got to sneak in here. Some of our lighter yellow needs to sneak in there. Like that. So 7 p.m. Pacific and more jewelry, right, Arid? Arid does the fabulous jewelry again. Go check out the link to Arid Wife. Just share it in the chat there. Pinterest. And then again, please give Arid Wife a follow. I want, nope. No, I'm going to do this instead. What about this? Ooh, that works. Because I had to cut through this darker stuff here, but it couldn't be like that because we want shadow. Yes, we need some shadow stuff to happen in there. Maybe I can even sneak a little more light on Mr. Balustrade over here. Sticking my hand in that other, speaking of lighter color, I'm sticking my hand in that I just added there a little bit ago. I went, you know what? Maybe there should still be a little more orange there. Let's see what we got here. This is kind of breaking this down a little bit thinner. Again, on our balustrades here. There we go. Now on the edge of our balustrade, also need some up here. We'll also catch some of our light as it does. So sorry that there was more Easter Bunny activity there, Irid. All right, let me try some of that now. All the way back in there. A little bit. Let me try that. Oh, you know, that worked out pretty well. Let me get this. Where the heck is it? Where are you hiding? Let me try some of this in here. Well, we're also gonna be coming back with some darker stuff too. You know, let me get a little more light into that. Fine. We will add a little more light to that. Again, trying to create a little more of these supporting arches here that also have a little bit of light to them, not always dark. Those didn't end up quite where they were supposed to. We'll just do that, and we'll just try it again. Not a big deal. Not gonna really fret about that too much. Perhaps even a little bit of that in again some of our other structures here. I would like a little something in here too. Now that I got this, I am going to try to really work in some stronger darks. I'm going to take, who knows, maybe more of our indigo violet here. I'm just going to take the indigo, going to mix it with our violet, see how that rolls. It would be nice to actually have a little bit of perline crimson out there. Don't actually have any. Alright, a little more of that violet. Just trying to break this down because, well, a lot of this is out, kids, and now it's been out here a couple hours. Couple hours anyway. And I think you can see it now. We're really starting to punch in some much darker stuff here. It is not black. We haven't used any black at all in our entire endeavor thus far. Yeah, you can see again how the different levels start to play out more and more and more. More of our dark in here. Really need some strong dark there. Okay. Extend that out a little more. Also, too, this dark's going to help our water, right, to stand out. Right, we want that to be stand out in front of it. So I'm also going to darken you down a little too on that side. Gotta have dark to show the light. See, those are definitely start to. And we'll make those later too, but didn't want to go bonkers making that stuff later. You don't want it to be like it's illuminated water or something. We will come in on these guys here and just break in a couple of more of our little lighter, like kind of more hollow edges to them too. Right, and down in here. So look at a little more solid right now. Also to some of these towers and spires, they need to get a little more authority here. A little bit darker on those too. Again, as dark as that might seem, not black. It's a dark violet brown, yes, not black. Boy, I think some more of that dark over here. Little more tinker toy action over here. A little more erector set to start breaking this down into some arches. That's where that. Oh, more dark here to get that water. To be looking a little lighter. Definitely going to darken you. Not a ton of it here. Still needs some dark though. Get that, again, the rest of that spine working its way down. More action on these spires, I think. Yeah. Perhaps even a little smidge of dark there. Another support from below. Might do a little more of the structure on this. Have that come further down. Come on. Big old chunk of stuff hanging off the end of the brush there. Gonna try and get that off of there. Yeah, that anchors this a little more. Yeah, I was hoping it would almost kind of fade a little bit too, kind of in a mist created by, well, the waterfalls. Okay. Here, again, more of a spires. Let's maybe make these a little bit taller. Also get a little bit more detail on them. Ooh, yeah. Here, let's sharpen up the edge of this guy. Yeah, there. Central spire. Gonna try to really hit this too. Maybe make that a bit taller. Yeah, that works. I think we need to play just a touch more dark on this one. And if that's too dark, then it's gonna, this one's going to the ones that are forward are gonna not look quite so forward. So there might be a point where maybe we do actually take away a little bit of the strong dark. Or strongest darks on some of our far away escapes. Nice to see you there, Mateo. Mateo, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Mateo. Of course, happy Friday and all. Okay, that thing slipped out of my hand there. I wasn't supposed to go there. I'll just look at that. Just wipe it away with my finger. Just wipe that away, and it'll be all good, all better. Balustrades over here. We'll get these lightened up too, but for now, let me just do the darker stuff there. I don't know. Yeah. Let's do this. I know I'm probably still gonna be sticking my hand on that and wiping it away, but whatever. I kind of need to see what it looks like there. Yeah, Mateo, it's really fun to finally get a chance to paint some of the. Again, we'll be focusing on our different civs here with some of our space landscapes. I think that's what we'll just call them, space landscapes. Well, they're just for the visitors there, right, Camda? They're just for the visitors. Because as Valfira knows, gravity is a thing, right, Camda? And again, not really birds. Just despite the, shall we say, some of the less generous things that the other species call them. Well, that was part of the high crimes and misdemeanors there at Camda. There was lawsuits. Yeah, there was interplanetary lawsuits there. They just didn't want to deal with those anymore. Everybody check out the Instagram. Check out the Instagram that Mateo just shared. So again, Mateo, thank you so much for being here. Okay, so now I'm going to try to get me, you know what? I might try to lighten you up even more. Let me see what that's going to do. Got to get a little bit of thinner in there too, I think. Trying to keep it away from the yellow. I got to break this down some more. Again, it's now been a couple hours. Oh, geez, guess what we missed, Camda? Guess what we missed? Yes, our first chance at Cinco Dos. Ah, no problem there, Mateo. No problem. So again, we're going to let that have a chance to kind of blend in with the existing stuff. Over the top you go. Come on. There we are. There's another set of it. Oh, here it is. Like, there was some more of this. I don't remember where it was. There it is. There's some more of it. Where are we at here? Yeah, that was going to end up being too late, I think. So glad we sort of retreated from that. Ooh, we were talking about doing light here. Let me get some of the sky blue mixed in here. Certainly on the shadow side of these things, we're going to start thinking about doing some lights here. It's kind of like what we did with our Cyber Camelot, right? Same thing, some lights there. That kind of also helps to denote maybe some scale to it. Because you say, well, that light is probably this size. I mean, look at my windows. And again, the architecture here is like so. So that kind of gives you an idea of what their architecture is like. More stuff for lights in here. More over here. Like so. We gotta get some up in our spires and spines. Like you do. But it's been really, really, really fun to get a chance to work on all this stuff that was first created many years ago, and now getting a chance to make it come to life is really cool. We can actually go a little lighter with our lights. I just wanted to get this first. Like over here, we're gonna have a little string of lights there. Now I'm gonna go back. We were talking about. Is this too light? No, it's right. It's just about the right. Just about right there. Because what I want to do is see that bring in some hollow shapes in there. We don't want it to be quite so solid. There we are. Yeah, not quite so solid there. Break into it this way. Yeah, let's just separate that completely. Okay. So Mateo, I sent Recoil the initial video for the Compass Rose universe that kind of covers the story of your new Terran / humans. And of course, while having all of the ships and things like this, right? This again, these were the first 3 ships we painted, and that's actually pictures of the ships. Now that's not some kind of whatever generated thing. That's just the pictures of the ships, and then placed in a fun little animation there. and that's I'm kind of working on the rest, photographing the rest of the all the ships that we were painting there, and trying to make some more videos of those. Also incorporate some of the scenes that you're looking at right when I show those here. We're also again working on some of the first miniatures for our Compass Rose universe as far as figures go, not just the ships. And one of the ships here was our transport. I think I can get that. Here it is. So that was one of the ships that we painted on our Armada Mondays. Oh, and of course, those 6 smaller ships, we painted one of those this Monday. So this is one of the Skyclaw transports. This is actually attached. There's 6 of them attached to that transport. Okay. There we are. So yeah, now those balustrades a little bit more separated. They got a little funky there. And maybe fill out this a little more. Again, that's our water cascading down. Maybe we try to do a little bit more. Let's go a little bit darker maybe on some parts of our spire here. And then we also got to get some of our fast mat weight out there because we really want to hit that. Actually, I might do that now just so I get a chance to really see what that looks like. So let's grab this here brush and let's grab this here fast mat weight. That's just this right here. That's fantastic, Mateo. Again, there's so much material to work with. It's scary how much there. I didn't realize, and it was all just basically sitting there on a shelf of a dresser for decades. And I think I was maybe just trying to clear out that dresser to make room for something else. I could put some miniature stuff in there, and I went, wait a minute, I forgot all about this. Now let's do some really light stuff in here. Oh yeah, you can see a little extra intensity there. Oh, here's hoping that works out for you there, Aaron. And again, everybody please give Aaron a Canwave a follow. Because, well, later today and tomorrow, Aaron's going to be streaming. I mean, I guess technically we're doing 2 birthday streams. I just realized that. I guess we're doing 2 of those. It's about yeah, there we are. Oh yeah, oh you can see it now. Yep, you can see this start to emerge now. Oh, down that way, yeah. So, yeah, and then having the ships to paint has been really fun, and working on that game system too. And it's going to combine. There'll be a strategic version of it, and then also the more tactical version of it. And of course, with the strategic type thing, it's not only military style victories. You can win economic victories, cultural victories, diplomatic victories. Now maybe certain species are going to be, it's going to be a little bit easier to win certain types of victories, and each also to each civ is going to have their own way to win that cultural victory. Some by building theaters, some by building memory vaults. So each again, each species has their own thing. So it's again something like the Jolerins. They build more of their sky theaters, so that yeah, most people think, oh, they're very militaristic and all that, but actually, their sky theaters, they instead of focusing on building ships and all that kind of stuff, maybe they focus in on those on their Unity theaters. Obviously, for the Seri Republic, they'd be building their sky theaters. And, for the Woden, it would probably be saving species from extinction. That's their ethos. Having gone extinct themselves, they're they're a little bit jinky about other species also going extinct. Who would have thought? Come on, there we go. Catching some more of our light right along the edge of our sky bridge there. Like so. Maybe get a little bit of silhouette there. How's about a little more silhouette over here? There we go. I'm just going to throw some here for now. What the heck? Little extra light here for right now. Edge of that too. And again, hopefully all of this starts to get the perspective rolling in the way we want it to be. Even lighter down here, and then maybe even some of our cloud tops in here. We're going to start to maybe work in a little more flavor. I wanted to see what was going on with this stuff first before we started to roll in with any like really small cloud top highlights back in here. Ooh, that needs a little bit of lights on the edge. Same over here. I think if I can just get a little touch of that, yeah, up here on the edge of that shadow there, so none there, and then pick it up again here. Another bit there, okay. Maybe, oh, you know what? Let's wait on. I was gonna get a couple more of my little bluish lights in there, but gonna also have to start thinking about our sky back here. Kind of the final. What are we doing with these cloud tops here? As far as some of our later edges there, do we soften up some of this stuff here? I think we are going to. I'm gonna maybe take one of these brushes here. There's a little too much of the contrast. Let me take some of that away. extend that cloud bottom further down. Yeah, that's just the sun. This it was like, whoa, that is a way too hard of an edge. Let's take some of that away. Okay, there we are. So Armored Wolf, hopefully things are still going well on the on all the orcs there. I would imagine there's still many hours to go yet. Okay, that also starts to flatten that out. I was like, oh, no, that's not quite the right perspective. And we've been talking about perspective the whole time here. We need to make sure that we're still hanging on to that perspective, having it going where it's supposed to. So yep, Camden, obviously, that's the one thing about Sky Cities is the, oh gee, those clouds. What is in those clouds? Oh, that's right. That would be moisture. So yeah, that's you got to get rid of that stuff somehow, right, Camden? Oh, and it also is it provides a little bit of hydroelectric. It also provides, well, some water, like, for drinking. That's going to be kind of a common recurring theme. That might be something that you recognize. Uh, you're actually the back on old Earth, as we were going to call it. You're going to see essentially skyscrapers with waterfalls. Now again, part of it is the height of these skyscrapers. Part of it is the fact that on old Earth, these skyscrapers were actually kind of overgrown with vegetation, which kind of led to actually the trapping of some water in said skyscrapers. And they said, you know what, let's roll with this. I guess it's not, you're not looking like a Hoover Dam hydroelectric kind of a situation, but something that can actually maybe, I don't know, power the building or part of the building. Now we're going to get a little bit more of our violet here on the edge of this. I think this one will do it. Alright, we grab some of this, some of our fabulous periwinkle. Is that going to be too dark? That's kind of dark. That might be a little too dark. I know it is a shot. No, it's not too bad. It's going to be okay. It's going to be alright. Let me get a little thinner in there. I think it needed a little touch of that thinner just to hit that flow a little. There we go. Yeah, that's what it needed. Try it again. There we go. And then let that fade up here. Like so. My finger's been over there. You're like, wow, why now this over here? It's because I really couldn't get to it. My hand was kind of in the way. No. Let me get more of my blue in here. Let's just try and take as much of this out of this here brush as we can. There. I'm going to try the ultramarine and some of it. Let me see what this is going to give me here. Hopefully not too light. It's a little lighter than we want that to be. I'm going to try this. That's more like it. Break this up just a touch more here on the edge of that. Ah, there we are. Yeah. I might even try a little bit of that in here. That's gonna be too much. Alright, we retreat. Ah, there we are. Ah, that's better. Too light still. Let me go back to. I think we have it, by George. We have it. Yes, I'm gonna say that we do. Now over here, I'm now I maybe need to go more towards the. Ah, there we go. Because I was hoping for a little bit of misty stuff happening here. Looking for just the right consistency. Perhaps more of the violet there. You know what? Actually, if this gets a little lighter, that might not be too bad. Let me try this. Again, that's more of a mist being created right there. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's not nothing. Under here. Again, so all of this stuff around basically is water vapor. So, yeah, that might just, it might just collect in a few places. Like they might actually have some collection pools here and up in the sky where all the water is. Bring this to, no. Can only do so much of that dry brushy stuff. It's gonna start turning brown. Okay, there we are. And now again, we kind of soften the edges of some of our clouds here. Much more towards the violet. I'm looking to put that over here on this edge. Yeah. And again, now that's way less thinner. I mean, there's like no thinner. That's as dry a brush as dry going to get. Now, we certainly can't miss out on Cinco Trace, right, Camden? We gotta remember that. Gotta remember Cinco Trace. So again, gonna go with a little bit of almost like a mist right there. This right here, I would like to have another light edge on me clouds. I don't know if we're gonna use this style brush for that, or we're gonna use maybe this guy that already has some orangey stuff on it. Yeah. That's some of the phthalo green from the video that I just found. Again, that was it yesterday, I think I posted the Brandwind video. Yeah. So a brand new tutorial video. I was hoping maybe I could try and film a little bit of the next episode after the stream. A little more of the orange in there. You know what? I'm just going to hold it this way. It'll be easier. There we go. I've been waiting a while to do this. I just, again, my hands pretty much been sitting there the whole time, so couldn't really do that. And I think, well, before we get to our Cinco Trace, I might also need to grab some new medicine there for the voice. Here, more of our orange. There we go. There we go. Puro orange. For the most part, puro orange. Nope, nope. There it is. To the somewhat lighter stuff we go here. Taking that yellow. Let me try and break into another little section there. I'm gonna actually maybe use a little bit of thin, maybe not that much thinner. I might just have to wait. I think we're just gonna have to wait there. Yeah. Don't be a hasty hobbit, right, Camden? We almost got hasty there. Don't be hasty. What I am going to do is get some of that stuff out of there. I will take one of my one happy choice brushes here. Maybe this guy, I guess. There. And then we'll, here, let's kind of construct more of our tower and spire here with some of this violet. We kind of removed a little bit of that when we were remaking our cloud. Stay later there, Arid. Have yourself a good night. And hopefully a good stream. Again, Arid, if you want to post your link one more time before you head off to sleep there. Haste does it does inform, right, Camda? Actually, now, Camda, were you going to be doing any streaming this weekend? Now that's what I was trying to spit out there too a little bit earlier. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf just posted the link to the Patreon page, and again, we just put up the latest video. Everybody check out that link that Ear the Camwife just shared. Go check that out. More of our structure underneath here. Oh yeah, that's right, Canada. It's a fabulous overlay. Actually, there's something. Oh yeah, that's right. The Patreon is doing some kind of change, and I guess there's some kind. I don't know what the Twitch change is, but I know there's a change to Patreon or something. Because of course, we can't have nice things for too long, right, Camda? I think now I can maybe mess around a little bit more dark up in here too. A little more detail maybe on this stuff. And if we also too, please give Inganes a follow, because Inganes, much like Camda, also streams with the oil paints is there. And again, this stuff up here, I might have to, hit that again because might just be wiping it away with my finger as I try to hang on to this thing. You know what? I think I'm going to also make a little bit of a shadow there. Where's my... here we are. So kind of reinforce some of these balustrades here. And then we had ourselves a little bit of a little tree, a plant thing going on over here. Oh, he's hoping that all that stuff starts to clear up there, Camda. Starts to clear up, makes it a little bit easier for you to have some fun doing that. Well, you would be working on your oryxes there, Camda, most likely. or continuing to that's the word I'm looking for. You'll be continuing to work on the orcs. Darken this down a little bit more here. Let's try to sharpen up some of our edges here. Again, trying to be a little bit more architectural there. Oh yeah, that's right, Canada. I'm sure you'll have a blast with those. Maybe some more dark in here. Okay, that's the mostly the umber, some of the indigo, and then kind of making sure we have some of that violet chucked in there too. A little more dark here around our waterfalls there. Trying to here. Let's get a little more subtlety in this. We're gonna put some violet in there. In addition to the really light, the light on the edge there, we need again some ambient light here. Let me see if we cannot create some of that. Maybe I just used, well, okay. I was going to use the violet for that. No, now we got this here. That wasn't quite what I was looking for. We'll roll with it anyways, I guess. I want to recover some of that violet. Let me just, well, that's right. We still have our fast matte white sitting over here, too. We still got some of that. Gonna throw a little bit more in the waterfalls closer here. Let me get some of this lighter stuff. And it's not white. There's still the blue in there. Okay, there we are. Touch of that over over here too. You know what? Let me see here with some of our lights. As in lights, not lights as in lighter colors. I mean lights as in here's a window, there's a light inside. Because those are pretty much the same level of, well, lightness as the water. Come on. There we are. Some of those definitely over here. Yeah, no, it's close to white. It's close to it. It is not completely white. Start doing, well, some lights over here. As in window lights. Get some going again, and especially in the shadow areas. That helps a bunch. Ooh, you know what? We need to do some of that over here with our with our water. All right, needed some over there. I want. Let me get a little bit of my perline red. That's not perline crimson. That's perline red. Try to create even a little bit more solid structure, especially these that are. I mean, these are pretty darn close to us here. So let's make sure that these have plenty of shape to them. And yeah, every so often maybe we have again one of our sky bridges out here too. Maybe we make this one a little more prominent here. Have that come down a little bit further. Oh yeah, we need another. There we go. Back to it here. And now we are now 3 hours into our space landscape. Didn't really do much of a drawing on this. It was pretty much just direct to paint once again, like our Cyberthuria landscapes. Yeah, we kind of went directly to here. Let's just start doing our oil slash watercolory type stuff on the sky first. Get that locked in, and then started to sketch in some of these with some mid-tone-ish type colors. So again, some of the videos that I'm talking about there can recoil. I was thinking that we almost have a bit of a watch party or something like that when we have enough of them. It'd almost be a bit like movie night in Wampleville. Little Wampleville cinema. There you go. Well, we know that the sound from those from my video clip, if it's in there, if there's sound in there, it will play. We found that out the hard way. Okay, now let's redo the lights on the edges of these balustrades here. Kind of orangey, so here, let me grab some of this. Maybe a little bit more orange. Okay, fine, a little bit of the Indian yellow in there too. That's going to be down here. You refresh that brush. Yeah, that was a good idea. Good plan. Oh geez, this one too. And then the top ports of these little, again, ports for balustrades here to get these guys, and now we got to get edges of these two. The rest of that banister. Not too much towards the yellow. I think I might even maybe we highlight the top of this a little bit more here. Sure. Yep. And then this, I want to make it look like it's kind of disappearing into behind that cloud there. Might even need to think about like a little. This might be catching the edge, little edge of that light too. So I'm gonna bring this over here. Let's see what this is going to do. Is this, hopefully that's thick enough. It looks like it is. And maybe a little touch of it there. Okay, now these would also, whoops. We're just gonna wipe some of that away. That didn't go quite where it was supposed to. Try it again. Yeah, it just, if this other stuff is catching the edge of the light, well then these need to, at least to some degree, like this over here, needs to also, and get some of that light that's cascading through this way, right? And again, you can kind of see examples, some of the architecture right there. What I've been waiting for is some of this paint to set because I want to have a little one of our domes here. Of course, that's going to need to reflect some of our sky. Let me get a bit more of our sky blue here. Another one of our domes over here. Another one's going to go on here. So that's kind of needed to place everything first. Then we're going to start to work some of our domes in. This is going to get one here. Not one on these smaller platforms. Again, those are kind of more for your larger platforms. Gonna take away a little bit more of my dark there. Yeah, this one too. I'm gonna also get some of our violet here for this edge here. Now again, what I might do is go run and refresh some medicine super quick here. Right, so that we can, again, we're going to add some more darks to this shadow here. Think of it like what we did here. So see along the top edges of those clouds there. So I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah, so don't go away. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back because we want to, again, get these darks going over here. We got to, now that we've started placing some of our domes out there, we're going to need to get some more lights on those. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. So I spy with my little eye. I think I'm going to go a little bit more with the orange right in here. I think we're going to do that. So we'll grab this guy. Well, look at this. We got pure orange sitting over here. And that's pretty much enough to do the job. There we go. Yeah, that didn't quite make sense. I'm going to actually put a little touch of that over here too. Then that looks like a little bit extra vapor in front. Yeah, that really, wow, that is helpful. I thought it might be. Oh, also up here too, we want to get maybe some of this. Let me see if this is, yep, that is just about right. It's just about, it's not too late, not too dark. We're looking to kind of soften up some of this stuff here. I mean, that stuff I put out there a while ago. Been waiting. Been waiting on that to set a little bit. Same deal right here. That's as much about just kind of like blending the two brushes or two colors together as it is putting on any new colors. So that means we're using the fabulous blending brush. Loaded blending brush. Here's another area we're taking some of the stuff there, we're kind of reorganizing it a little bit so there's not quite as many little small shapes there. I mean, same thing here, we're just kind of reorganizing these shapes, and we're also, doing a little bit of a swirling stroke like so, which maybe I can get away with doing this. Let me take our lighter color here and get those. Yeah. Again, it is not white. It's a light yellow. It is a light yellow, but not white. The top edge of this cloud here. I might just want to use one of my one happy choice brushes. We'll use this guy. We'll use him. We're gonna. Okay, we still have some of this sitting over here. That Williamsburg Indian yellow, boy, that is certainly handy stuff. And that's a bit more of a dry brush there. Not much thinner. That's something with the oils that's kind of unique. I guess in comparison to the acrylics, with the oils, not only are the paints themselves gonna have a different consistency, but you have to play a little bit of a game with the consistency. Sometimes thicker, sometimes not very thick at all. Sometimes more of a dry brush, sometimes more as again a bit more towards the glazy side of things. And everywhere in between. That's again a little bit different for the oils than it is for the acrylics. Where's that orange I was talking about? Let me get this here. And then our balustrade to kind of create a little bit of a shadow thing there. Now we should extend that further. Then maybe some of this here, a bit more of the red almost. And trying to just get the impression here that the sun is kind of streaming through. Now we'll put some kind of actual shadow there, I guess. We'll do this first. And then a little something like this. A something like this, something like this. Again, so we get ourselves a little bit of a shadow thing happening here. Nothing crazy. A little something. There again, that kind of imports the fact that how this light's cascading through. We could probably use the darks on the other side of those little knobs there. Let me change up that a little too. Okay, we were talking about the darker, almost kind of a violet color in that area. Let's see if we can make that happen. Here's actually, I got the ultramarine and actually some of the perlane red mixing together. Is that going to be too dark? It's definitely on the darker side of things. Super, super dry brush here. I just got 2 fingers on the brush here too. Maybe we shall do that later. Maybe even later. Now we're talking. That was just a hair, a scotch too dark. Had to change that a smidge. Maybe we still go a little lighter, especially up here. Also looking to soften the edge of that. I do a little bit of thinner on the brush. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Yep. Yeah, that's it. That's better. Taking the same thing here. Get my hands kind of wiped away some of the, okay, there we are. Okay, now we're starting to get that almost settled there. That's just because, like, what's going on up there? What's the deal with all this? Alright. A little more of our kind of bluish violet in that area there. What about up here? I think we need to go a little bit. That might still be too dark. No, maybe not. Not too dark for up there. I was thinking, like, that's real close to being too dark. Get sneaking in some more of our blue there. Yeah, well, we're heading towards our Cinco Trace. It's 3:20 now. So get ink on these. Here's hoping that the streaming stuff kind of, you get a chance to do that again. And I'm sure there's all kinds of projects that you would just be itching to get to. Now that this has had a chance to set, so I can do this little dry brush interrupt here. I can do that now. That was not on the table before. That was not gonna happen. See, I'm doing that there. That would just turn brown. I mean, like a nasty. I mean, not like a nifty, say, Terra Rosa, orangey brown. That would have been a no bueno, as we say. I wonder. Let me see if I can't. Ooh, it'd be interesting to see if it's possible. I want to see if I can't get some of the later undulations in those more background-oriented clouds. Let me see if we could do that. Maybe we'll just stick with this here. Let's stick with our one hap choice brush. We got ourselves some yellowish orange here. Yeah, we're gonna do some more of that. We're going to do some more cloud tops here. Also, to maybe refine some of our stuff on this tower a little more at the same time. So just 11 more minutes to go there, Camden, for Cinco Trace. Missed that first chance at Cinco Dos. Let's make sure we do Cinco Trace. I'm going to use the same latest stuff. Now this has a wee spot of thinner on it here. Also might even let the edge of this get a bit more of our light there. Yeah. It's a sneaky little hobbit, Camda. It's always trying to hide from us. Yeah, it's for whatever reason, it's always trying to hide from us. Sorry, I gotta hold this way because I need to get my light along the edge of this banister. Yeah, our little plant over here. Do a little something with that. Fine, we'll impart a little bit of light into that. Yeah, it's not enough of an edge. Okay. Try and do some of this, again, this lighter stuff on our clouds here. So that gets pushed further back. And then I'll get a little more definition in some of these things here. Let's maybe see if we can't carve out a couple of more smaller shapes, and then there along this. This also has got kind of a reddish tone there. Let's make that a bit more orangey yellow. Get you in here. Now I'm going to try and catch me a couple of small lights on our clouds up here too. And then on our domes there, I'm going to try and make those later. You know what? Actually, here, let me use these guys for that. On the side of it here. Catching the edge of that dome. There we are. So yeah, like so. We got this dome over here. This dome over here. So remember, we just popped the blue on those, and then, well, we'll be coming back to those later. And now this waterfall, getting a touch of our yellow on it as well. Me hit the edge of this here again, because the sun, right, gonna highlight the edge of that, maybe even on our water there. Let me try this again, more of the yellow. Okay, there we are. So yeah, like the sunlight is kind of hitting the edge of that. Now up in here, we got we got to do a little something with this, and that would be our blue stuff. So let me take again one of our one half choice brushes here. Oh, that's all dingy. We don't want that. Let's try this. Some of our violet here. Nope, steel is too dark. Oh, this might work. That's real close. That is very close. Okay. I think that kind of got that cloud a little bit more organized up for what we wanted. Then we have to, I think, come back with our more of the structure here of our spire slash tower. Again, some of this kind of gets a little bit wiped away when I got my hand balanced on there or whatever. And of course, we can still develop a little bit more on this stuff up here now that my hand's not going to quite be wiping that stuff away like it has been. Looks like only about 4 minutes to go there, Camden, before fabulous Cinco trays again. It doesn't mean anything. It means absolutely nothing. For whatever reason, it brings great joy to all, right, Camden? They try to get a little bit more. I don't want there just to be flat decks there. Even that, we need to break that up now with a little bit of something here. Let me try this. This is pretty thin. What I'm putting on here right now, that's pretty thin stuff. Trying to make this lighter here in the central edge, but not too yellow though, because it's not really gonna get much of the yellow. Oh, just 3 minutes away now, Camden. It's getting closer and closer. Lighten up the edge of these bad boys a little bit here. Again, now with that darker cloud over there, that kind of went in the wrong spot. Let's change you up a little. Okay. Yep, there we are. Now again, for the stream later today, and yes, it's later today, brand new Wapelius Spellbrush figure and CAD. Cyber versions of each. As always with anything Wapelius Spellbrush related, there will be lots of object source lighting. Yes, there's always going to be plenty of object source lighting when it is a spell brush stream. Less than 2 minutes now. Less than 2 minutes now, Camda. Closer and closer. We inch closer and closer. Maybe I'll just use this here. Soften these guys up a little here. Might even use our... Oh, there we go. There's one that doesn't have anything. I was like, whoops, that would have been more like an eraser rather than just a blending brush there. As the countdown continues, less than a minute to go now. It means absolutely nothing. No, I don't even know how it started. I think it just happened to look up one time and go, oh, well, look at that. There's a whole bunch of threes up there. For whatever reason, never looked up there and said, oh, that's a bunch of twos up there. I don't know why. Don't know why. I don't know. So we just got ourselves a few seconds more. And then nothing happens. I mean, like, building up like some big thing's gonna happen. Absolutely nothing's gonna happen except Kanda will type Cuatro Cinco in the chat there. And there you go. It was timed perfectly, Camda, because, well, time. So thanks, Camda. It's like it's so hilarious that it just does not mean a single thing. Some might say it's an unhealthy obsession with Cinco Trace, but hey, whatever. This will be a much darker red here. Got some of the black and red mixed together. Lots of magical numbers there. And again, thank Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon, all the stuff, the Instagrams. Again, all of the, well, actually, if you want to see the old Cyber Wapilius, along with the Cyber Cathy, well, those are already posted on said Instagram. You can see them there. Alright, yeah, and that, oh yeah, right, maybe along the edge of that dome. This one too. And now I'm gonna try to work me in some more little small shapes here on this platform here. So we put a little bit extra light in there. Now we're gonna put a little extra dark in here. Maybe on these two. There we are. Creating a bit more lattice work effect on some of these. Spiffy, there you go. Gotta get that same arching stuff like we did down here. Gotta get that up here too. Here, let me solidify that line a tiny bit more. Yeah, we got there. Leading edge of that, maybe we'll take some of that away. Getting one of our domes there. And again, even in all of there's not just one planet. There's a whole bunch of these giant stars in this area of space. And the Seri Republic, well, they have a tendency to have a few high thoughts about themselves, and they kind of feel like it's their responsibility to, shall we say, maybe guide the other species that they see as maybe more stuck in low thought, shall we say. They see it as altruism. Other species kind of see it as conquest. Yeah, let me get a little bit more of my. If I get that dark in there now, that dome stands out a little bit more there. Just let me see if I can just go with some lights here, and we'll probably take our. Okay, we do have enough. I think we have enough lighter stuff out here. Let me take this and we'll go with the sky blue. I'm just gonna take that over here. Just gonna start breaking that down. Maybe we just chuck a little bit of our thinner on there to keep that process going, because again, these are alkyds and now they've been out there, well, 3 hours and 33 minutes. We know that, right, Camda? And even among the alkyds, some of them, I mean, they start getting gummy almost like within 15 minutes or 20 minutes. The fluorescents for sure, or the opera colors, no doubt about it. Those for whatever reason, those guys will start getting real gummy really quick. With, I swear, 20 minutes into the stream, all of a sudden they're starting to get all gummy. Are not radiant green, which actually I'm using not using those as often because, well, they're starting to almost be running out. Also, the caps on the once they start getting really used, as often as I use them, the cap, and this happens with the Winsor Newton paint, so it's not a unique thing to just the Paul Rubens stuff. The Winsor Newton alkyds do the same thing. Whereas the other paints, well, the paint kind of gathers around the your opening there, and just sort of doesn't dry. With the alkyds, guess what? That's going to dry. It's the darndest thing, right, Camda? Now, one of the things I just realized, since we made the change to the orange here, couldn't have the blue like we do here sticking in between all of our girders and stuff. So just making that little adjustment here. Let's do that now before we forget. Okay, I think that worked. And I think I'm also going to get me just one more round of the fast matte white here for some of this stuff focused in our, well, center of interest. Don't need a bunch of it. We only need a tiny bit. So Camda, it kind of gets down into the threads and such. I guess I'll have to, let me see. I wonder if I can take a picture of the cap and kind of show it to GPT and say, hey, or, picture the tube and say, hey, what kind of replacement cap are we looking at here? But we'll give the old soaky do of the cap a chance. I mean, that's an easy enough process to try, right, Cam? To just soak the thing in some thinner. Maybe I'll put something over the opening there to just make sure it doesn't get too wonky. Yeah, we'll give it a try there. Cam. Oh, and Cam, that compound that I ordered off of Amazon, still not here. Like I said, I think it's never going to show up. I just get that sense because it was supposed to be here like a week ago. Then it was, oh, it's out for delivery. And then it was, oh, it's maybe June 17th. Well, it ain't June 17th anymore, right, Camden? So I'm going to just have to chalk that up as a loss. I'm hoping I can at least get the refund for that. Cause yeah, I don't think it's ever showing up. That was supposed to be the episode I was filming. Was that one the final episode of our Dark Sword Dragon? I'll be starting the next one. Yeah, that's something I might be filming on Tuesday. Is the next Dark Sword Dragon? Yeah, Camda, because there was one where I was trying to use one of my wood carving tools, and it sort of got the paint off of there. It also got the threads off of there, which is that was a bit less helpful, as you can imagine. Ooh, there's way too much thinner on that. All right, we shall retreat from that amount of thinner. We'll just do that. Okay, now we're starting to get some nice little concentrations of light here, right where we need it. Yeah, gonna try to do back away from. Oh, this that would still be too. I could tell, even though nothing was hitting the board, I could tell that was going to be too. Like there we go. That was gonna be way, way, way too late. Again, trying to make some more undulations and layers in our clouds there. It's about the really late edge of these guys now. That's really gonna hopefully make these really jump out at you. Because, I mean, they are the closest to the foreground. That too. I would. No, let me do the building first. Let me see what this looks like with some of the light on there before we do the distant background. Come on, there we are. Now down here, maybe. So let me see, what are we at? So 3 hours, 45 minutes ago is when we started on this bad boy. Having a lot of fun again with our new sci-fi universe. Well, maybe it's not really new. It's actually been around a long time. Nah, I'm gonna take some of that away. That was a little too late there. You know what I need to do? This. Okay. All right. I think I'll use this here, and I wonder if this blue is gonna work. Probably will. Yeah. I'm gonna make that a little bit less heavy back here. raise it up a little. Yeah, so that follows with our perspective here. I might need me a little more dark there. Let me try that. So that is going to be some of the Mars black, some of our red thrown in there too. Taking this to use as a nice little blended. There we go. That was also, it's like, whoa, that's a super sharp edge right there. Got to get rid of that. That was way too sharp of an edge. Maybe a little more. Let me try to get a little bit on this garbage here. And then that kind of just disappears. Have it disappear. Up here, we need now some of our yellowish edges. Taking this, breaking it, a little bit of the orange in there. Come on, there we go. So see how we got some of these here? That's if we needed to do that here. It was just like the one line there, and then it was it. It's like, nope, we need something more. Need some more action in that. Nice to see you there, Judge Dave. Appreciate that. It's so much fun, right, to have that. Oh, you know what? We haven't done this yet, Camda. We haven't done this. Let me see what this looks like. Let me get this a little closer there. There we go. There's one of our Seri Republic ships, and our. It's not quite a painted back. Maybe it works better with a smaller one. Here, let's try this with our Sky Claw here. There you go. So how you doing there, Judge Dave? And Judge Dave, if you want to post some stuffs in the chat there, like always, please go ahead. He's hoping that everything is going really, really, really well. Whether it's painting stuff, regular stuff, or both. Indian yellow again. No. Maybe we go back to the more the orange. Yeah. Likes that better. Yeah, a little more organized there. I think I think there's a game with the UK this weekend. Maybe I'm not sure who is. Was it? Is it the second of 4 pool play or whatever that is? Your first round, your pool play there. I think you play 4 games instead of 3, right? I could be wrong. Maybe you only play 3 games. No, you play 4 of them because you play each of your opponents one time, right, in that pool. At least that's what I'm thinking. And I guess the crazy thing is that England has only won it 1 time or something like that. Because obviously here in the U.S., not a whole bunch of success in regards to that particular sport. There's other countries. I think Germany has at least 4. I forget how many Spain has. Also Argentina, Brazil, a little bit of Pele back in the day. See, I thought I know that some of the teams they'll put a little star, some kind of symbol on their jerseys to kind of show, well, yeah, we've got this many World Cups. Not sure. I would imagine every team that has won some of those has some way to identify that they've won them. I forget if it was France that won the last one. It might have been because wasn't that the year that Croatia had the big surprise team? I think something like that. Could have been 4 years ago. Maybe that was more than 4 years ago. Let me try you again. I'm gonna maybe try to reinforce the shadows here, especially like closer to where they're formed, and then a little more something something there. But yeah, I'm thinking that there's four teams in each of the pools there, and you got to play each one. So, well, maybe it is only 3 games. Yeah, I guess it is only 3 games in pool play. More of our darks here as we get that spine coming down. A little more action here. Again, as you can tell, that is what we're working from there. This is again all part of our Seri Republic. We've done a whole bunch of the ships. I've painted 14 of them. Or no, there's 14 different ships. I believe I've got 14 different ships painted now. No, that's way too heavy right there. We're just gonna take that away. It's like, yeah, I can see a whole bunch of thinner piled in the end of the brush. Let's get rid of that. And let's have this a wee bit fresher there. Let's try these now. A few more lights over there. Oh, I do have a fast mat oil over there. It's that new batch that we threw out there. I'm gonna utilize that to try and lighten up some of these little window lights here. See if that's gonna do something. These guys here, maybe just even more of that white. On our towers over here. More of our lights down here. We're missing something here. So first, let's go back to our other blue. Oh, also, how's about less of that thinner pile down there too? Okay, yeah, there we are. And I will do the same thing over here. I do believe, Cam, it's a little bit like what, obviously, with basketball. Now that It's not quite the slam dunk that it used to be. See what I did there, Camden? That's why I do words. It's not quite the slam dunk that the U.S. going to show up at the Olympics and just kind of like, okay, do we win by 20 or 30? No, it's kind of like, yeah, that's a wee bit of a tussle now. So it's great when other folks are playing your game, but they're also playing your game and they're getting better and better at it. I would imagine that's got a little something to do with it there. Let me work this out here. I guess one of the things about the U.S. team this year is not goalie centric, more attack oriented, and not set piece attack oriented, but actually actually moving the ball. Heavens to Murgatroyd. And of course, Camden. Let's see. I believe the game one. Well, that was in Los Angeles. I don't think it's in New York. Now I know that Kansas City was one of the locations. Now, of course, we'll see how much of it is left after these last couple of weeks of all the storms and everything. If it's still there, there will be World Cup games happening there, I'm pretty sure. That is going to there might be a little bit of hype for that one, wouldn't you say, Camden? Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you're on either team, you're just like, can we please just not lose this? Because one or two people just might notice that. They just might notice that. Okay, good. We're getting our platforms earlier. You know, maybe we should do some more dark over here. Let me see what's happening there. And again, of course, this World Cup coverage brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Yes, indeed. Let me try to get some of this. That's a little too late in there. Okay, yeah, that's more like it. I wonder, I still do have this really light stuff out here. Let me try to really hit the edge again of these closest clouds. Let me see what this. Oh yeah, I'm kind of liking what that's doing here again, pushing that further back. Well, now we are at 4 hours. Man, again, there was no drawing when this started. We did a little bit of sketchy sketch there with the pen. That was it. Very simple. Nothing very complicated as far as any kind of drawing went, because it was gonna get pretty much wiped out when I started to do all the sky stuff there. So yeah, we didn't do a whole lot with the drawing phase. Other ones we've gone really very detailed with the drawing. This one not so much. And again, our center of interest up here in this card with these 4 points, kind of where you want your center of interest to go. You can see our horizon line here, right? We divide this usually into 9 segments. There. Then we got one here, one here. It's essentially taking this, because this aspect ratio breaks down into 9 equal-sized pieces. All right, and we don't want the center interest to be here. Don't want it to be way over here on the corners. We try to have it in one of these four interlocking points. That's where you want that to be. And it kind of works the same way too, even with your miniatures. You actually want to do a similar thing with those. Is kind of have your composition arranged. It's not always you want your miniature dead center in the middle of that base. Not always. And it's a little bit more, I guess, difficult or something to keep that arrangement going on the miniature there, but with the base and everything. Okay, yeah, we got some more stuff happening there. We got these going. Maybe a little something more on our banister slash baluster. A little bit on the other plant over there, such as he is. Fine, I'm gonna hit the edge of that too. I think. Let me try this one. And now that too. Thanks, Camda. There's a couple of scenes where you've got some of the Seri Republic folks, actually hanging out there. So we'll try doing some of those too. Again, what I'm hoping is that our upcoming Armada Monday, I start doing some ships from the basically the human civilization, our Terraforce ships. I mean, I already have a whole bunch printed out. Again, these are test ships. These were done just for scaling purposes because I'm actually the ships that I want to make. They're actually made from all kinds of different pieces and parts. Because what I'm trying to do is making several fleets that are actually modular, where people could take said pieces and then make their own ships out of them. So that's not quite how other people do their fleets. It's a fleet that looks cool and that's it. There's no story behind it, no nothing. Here, everything begins with the story, and then and some of the designs again that I have all the way back from the 1990s. Trying to catch a few bits of again on our little some of the supports there. Maybe this gets a little later too. There we are. And then these get a little later. These get a little later. Edge of this railing, whatever here, a little later. This right here, these vertical things, I might change those, or at least let me take those away first and see. Yeah, that kind of helps. I kind of like the shape of that better now without those little lighter shapes in there. Because we don't want our spires to look like little Christmas trees. No Christmas trees there. So yeah, let's keep on rocking and rolling. With some more of our dark up in here to get the our towers formed a little bit more secure. Yeah, no, this one, the perspective on that has to be a little bit more flat because it's below this one. I might even get a little bit more of my dark in behind some of these little waterfalls here. And again, they're not super light because they're all sort of in shadow with the exception of this bad boy over here, which is again catching the light from our sun there. I'm gonna go for. Oh, gee, there's a bunch of the dark stuff in there too. Let me go for something a little lighter. I'm gonna maybe let's go with the violet instead. I'm gonna try. That's looking a little bit dark. I guess it's not too dark. No, it's not. I was hoping to get a little more of our violet up in here. Yeah. I might also in this guy again. I had some there. Just my hand has wiped away a bunch of that. Let's try and rebuild that same over here. Now I've already, yes, I've washed my thumb off, and still, you can see there's a bunch of this paint that's kind of transferred onto my hand there. My orangey stuff. Making that shadow happen a little bit more there. Let's try this again. Ooh, that's a little, might be too much of the orange. Back to the darker stuff here. Maybe even to take a, that's a little bit of a hard edge there. Okay, there we are. That's better. There we go. Alright, let me try. Looking at this here. Now, see, that's still a shadow area. I don't want to do too much more with the lighter stuff there. Okay, got these domes over here. What about some lighter orangey stuff here? Let me try this. Pure orange. Some of our white in that. Remember, if you just mix white with it, it actually gets kind of a pinkish tone. That's how, so we'll throw some of the Indian yellow in there if we want to make sure that it stays orange. But yeah, you just you throw the white in there. That's why some folks actually use that as a skin tone. We actually did a video like that. Yeah, Ahmed. Oh, and thanks for sending me the story on the Prussian blue there and the creation of Prussian blue. Very much an accidental discovery, as it was. Okay, so they're trying to go a little more orange here on this. We did a lot of the yellow. And I was saying some stuff like this. I had to wait A for that to set B, and not going to be sticking my hand over there quite so much either. Get my hand down here now. Is this the... Yep, that is what I'm looking for here. And then again, using the... This is almost a bit like a microfilbert here. See, we're doing this kind of circular stroke there. See you later there, Inganes. Inganes, why don't you post the link one more time? Post your Instagram there in the chat. And then everybody please give Inganes a follow as well. So thanks for being here, Inganes. As always, appreciate that. Let me hit, yeah, some more of that. There we go. There we are. I wonder... I'm going to keep going with this particular yellow here. Well, more of an orange. More orange than yellow. I'm going to maybe see if I can't also build up a little more. Yeah, a little bit more shape. And here we have kind of a bunch of little intruding marks. Not a whole lot of a specific shape. See, again, we're doing this kind of semi-circle. Almost like we're doing a bunch of commas here or something. Let me see. Try that. That is another, maybe a little thinner. Teensy bit of thinner there. That's a little too hard of an edge back there. Trying to sew. There we go. Yeah, so looking at that, I was like, ooh, that is way too hard of an edge. So we're going to soften it up even more. And now the clouds, those recede a bit more to the background. Maybe a little bit of that here too. Okay, yeah, that's better. Nice. Okay, on the edge of that one, lighten this up here. Maybe I'll just try using this yellow instead of adding more weight to it. Let me see what we can do with just that yellow. Try that again. Same yellow up here. Most of this has been the alkyds. Couple of exceptions. The Indian yellow from Williamsburg. The Puro orange also from Williamsburg. Perline red from Gamblin. And I think that's it. I think everything else is the alkyds, whether that's the Griffin alkyds or the Paul Rubin alkyds. Pull that up a little bit further. Yes. Might even soften this tone a little. Yeah, that's kind of a hard edge. It's right by again all of our towers and such there. Soften that up a bit too. So again, the stream, well, again later today is going to start earlier than usual because of a special stream. Want to get that going early, especially since we want to, all of our friends on the East Coast there that have a chance to maybe join in and such. We'll try to have ourselves, if I can create some special graphics for it too, we'll see if we can do that. Maybe even a new animated Cyber Wapelius or something like that. We'll give that a shot. Alright, let me do this now. This is again just kind of softening up some of our edges here. That's what we're trying to on our clouds. Again, using this like a little filbert, you can see it's the same kind of circular motion that we did with the regular filberts. Doing that now with this little tiny filbert. You can see how it's kind of splayed out a little bit that way. That gives us a chance to do that. But I think what we're gonna do, gee whiz, well, it's almost 4 a.m. here. We gotta get prepped for all that good stuff there. And this is here where we're gonna say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, even though Armored Wolf has tons of work to do. So we appreciate that. Appreciate everybody hanging out here again. It's only a matter of hours till we are back at it once again. We will be back at it again, and here we'll show you the Wapelius Spellbrush figure that is sitting right over here. This is a brand new Cyber Wapelius, and of course his little buddy Cad, who is around here somewhere too. Let's see, we got the brand new one somewhere. Not sure where he's hiding. He's doing something mischievous there somewhere. So I'm gonna get our little raid countdown underway here. I think. Can we appreciate that here? Let's kind of show. There's our landscape. That's what we were after here. And I think that that kind of conveys our Seri Republic very well. So again, I appreciate everybody joining here. And again, we'll be right back at it with lots of object stores later today. So again, see everybody later today. See you later there, Camden.